check. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the World Junior Online number 9. And the kids are playing. I got started a little bit late in the stream, but we're here now. Shout out to everybody that's watching in the stream. Shout out to our sponsor, Wonderful Clothing. You can find Wonderful Clothing at bcwarts.com. They just dropped brand new logos. You got to check out the logos for the Wonderful Clothing line here. So bcwarts.com, bcwarts.com. Register for all World Chess, World Junior online tournaments at Michigan Junior ChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. And if you want to become an Implodian, you can become an Implodian by going to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com and inquire about getting lessons to become an Implodian. What is an Implodian? An Implodian is a kid that looks at the board and uses the imbalances to decide what's the best move. And that's what we teach at the Implodian Chess School. And this is Implodian Presents World Junior Online. Also, we got something new coming February 13th. It's called the World Chess Online Championship, and the winner of those sections get championship belts plus prize money. That's right, cash, prize money. So go to Michigan Junior Chess Arena and register for February 13th. And how that works, you receive the belt, and once you receive the belt, the winner of the next World Chess Online Championship is going to be your challenger. But they have to play you 12-round games, 15 minutes with 5-second increment, and whoever wins after that will receive the belt. You have to mail the belt to the new champion. So it's a really fun thing for players. This is open to everyone. Adults, kids, seniors, babies. No babies. Babies can't play, but everybody else. You can play at the World Chess Online Championship. You can find those details at MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. And I am Coach Brian, and let's get into the games. Now, we're watching Tall Foamy Angel versus newcomer Georgian Mate. I wonder if he's Georgian. He could be from Atlanta, Georgia, or he could be from the country, Georgia. So we're looking at the imbalances here. We see that, this is a big imbalanced game here as Tall Foamy Angel has white. Georgian Mate has the black pieces. And look at his rating here, 1969 on Lichess. That's going to be tough for anybody in this tournament to deal with here. But at this point, as we see Queen E7, the bishop hates Queen E7, by the way, because the queen is just blocking the bishop there. But White's king is in the center here. White has 7 pawns, and Black has 7 pawns. And both players have 2 bishops. But I would say White is better because White has a better space advantage here. You look at the pawns that he has here, controls more space. And the bishop on F8 for Black isn't a great piece at all. So I would say White is better because of that. Okay, so we just seen a trade here. Now White does have a bad bishop here on D3. And a lot of times he puts the bishop on E4. Kind of made that move kind of quick. Now I instructed the students that came to the Zoom meeting earlier that when you're playing a 15-minute game, you should think for at least 15 seconds of time. That allows you to make the most accurate move that you can without using too much time. So at least 15 seconds, that will give you that will use about 2/3 of the time of an average game. An average game lasts 40 moves, and you will have at least 1/3 time left if your game goes over 40 moves. So 15 seconds per move should be the allotted time to think. And you would be surprised at the moves that you can find when the kids are actually taking that amount of time per move. Because sometimes we tell the kids to slow down, but they don't have anything to attach it to. I used to tell kids when they were playing games that if a game lasts an hour, if they had an hour on their clock, I would say that's 2 episodes of Zack and Cody, 2 episodes of Bob's Burgers, or 2 episodes of Dora the Explorer. I'm kind of outdated with my kids' cartoons and my kids' shows because my son is 18, so I'm pretty sure there are some different shows out there that the kids watch a lot on TV or online. But I try to give the kids a benchmark, example of what to look at, so they can think like, okay, this is actually a long time that I have. So in 15-minute games, you should think for at least 15 seconds. And when they think about that, they think, hey, let me just think for at least 15 seconds. I'm not going to be scared of running out of time because I have that benchmark to think about. That way you get the kids to slow down a little bit, because that is probably one of the main weaknesses of children, is just how fast they go. They could be strong players, but it's all about them slowing down and making consistent, patient moves so they can avoid blunders. So that is a big hint and a great strategy for playing these types of tournaments. Georgian Mate actually is using his time here, but Georgian Mate's position is not good. We see the move knight to c1. Looks like he wants to reroute the knight back to d3, maybe? Maybe he wants to go back to d3. This bishop on d6 is very bad, but the bishop on e4 isn't that much better. There is a protected pawn on d5. Protected pawn does not mean it's a good thing. But even though black has the bishop pair, the bishop is not the best blockader of a pawn. If you took this bishop and you placed a knight here instead, that would be a great square for a knight. But when a bishop is blockading the passed pawn, it isn't as active. So white is better here. Looks like white is moving the bishop probably outside the pawn chain, maybe bringing the bishop to c4, queen e2, hitting the pawn on a6. But you gotta watch it here. There might be some tactics with the move e4. I think maybe he could have played e4 just on a sacrifice, because now white can just literally go back to e4, clog up the center, keeping the king safe. But when one imbalance here is development. So black has a better development lead over white, mainly because white hasn't castled. And when you see a development lead, an imbalance, which is something different from white or black, if you see a development lead like that, there is rules to it. When you have a development lead, you can't be soft. You have to be tough. You have to be mean. That means you can't make nice moves. So when the other person's king in the center, you have to open the center up, because the open center files allows your pieces to penetrate into his side of the board. So you want to open that position up. That might mean sacrificing a pawn and sometimes even a piece. So when you have that imbalance, it is important for you to know what to do when you have the imbalance of development. And that means be aggressive, open the position, have fun, be mean. Now, when everything is castled and all the pieces are developed for both sides, now you gotta just calm down, nice and patient. But time is of essence when you are attacking someone's king when it's in the center. So be aggressive when that happens. So let's go to another game here. Shout out to everybody that's watching this live stream on Facebook. We live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. I am the coach, Brian Wilson, the leader of the Implodians, and this is the Implodian Presents World Junior Online. We're going to go to another game. All right, we have, wait a minute, how many games is left here? There's only 2 games left. All right, let's go to the defending champion, Super Chester. And she's playing Dumb 2020 ARU. Ew, with an S. Super Chester has the white piece. She is 2-time World Junior Online champion. She's the most successful World Junior Online player ever. In number 9, she's playing here in her, she's played in almost all of the World Junior Online. But in this position, in this game, she is currently down a piece. She is currently down a piece. The defending champion is currently down a piece. But I will say this, the king isn't the greatest piece. So it looks like she can, oh, look at that move. Queen b6. Then the pawn moves, so the queen now defends on f6. I would suspect she could play queen to d2, which would double attack it would attack d5, but the most important thing, it threatens to bring the queen over to h6. Now here she plays queen a3. So she's going for the pin here, but even though she's pinning the rook here, and maybe she wants to add more pressure with rook e1, I think she really wants to push the passed pawn here on a5. So she wants compensation for the piece. Yes, you're down a piece, but don't cry at the board. What that means is, even though you're down a piece, that's not the end of the world. A lot of times when we go down a piece, we say, oh my God, I blundered. And then you make 5 moves after the blunder that you can't recover from. That's called crying at the board. So those 5 moves that you make after the initial blunder makes it even worse, and you never could come back. So what you do is, after you blunder a piece, you get up, drink some water, come back, and then you look at the position with different eyes, and you say, well, I'm down a piece, but what positives do I have? And so Sriya Mishra, aka Super Chester, looked at the A pawn as being a positive. I have a pass pawn that's far away from the opponent's king. It's an outside passer. Let me neuter this pawn, milk it down the board, and maybe it can make up for me being down the piece. Maybe my opponent has to sacrifice that piece for the pawn. Be optimistic. Don't be emotional. Do not cry at the chessboard. As we see King E8 played here by Dumb 2020 AR. Ew. So here, Super Chester goes back to the idea of queen h6. Black actually thinks that the king is safer in the center of the board. There's something to be said about that as well. And I think Black is playing really well here. As we see rook to g8, we're going to see king to d7 for sure. Now the knight on c8 is pinned here. So we might see a move like queen to b or queen to b1, threatening the check here. That could be something, or mainly threatening queen to b7. And that could be a move as well. So there's going to be this is not easy for Black here. Black does have an extra piece, but I think White has enough compensation. And compensation means I have enough to make up for the piece. And it's not something that you hold. Like, I have a passed pawn, but also your king is in the center. So I have 2 good things, 2 imbalances that are in my favor, and you have the material imbalance that is in your favor. And those things are enough for me to keep playing the game. All right, let's check in on the next game here. Again, if you guys are watching the chat, go ahead, drop. If you want to chat, if you're watching the live stream, go ahead and chat. Ask any question you want. I'll make sure I answer your questions as I see them through the chat. All right. Bam, bam. And let's go to another game here. We'll be back to this game. That game is going to be very interesting. It's going to require a lot of time from both players. And now we're watching, again, Georgian Mate versus Tall Foamy Angel. This game is a tough game, too. Tall Foamy Angel heeded the advice of using the time. Georgian Mate is using a lot of time here, 2 minutes. Now, remember, this is a 5-second increment tournament. So even though you might be low on time, a couple solid moves, you can gain some time. So it's still really hard to lose on time in a game like this. Most of your losses are going to come by your skill. You just have to get used to making patient moves. And sometimes you might have to, like, if you have 10 seconds left, yeah, you're going to have to move faster than normal. But remember, you do get 5 seconds added on every time you move. As you see, White takes the, Tall Foamy Angel takes the open G file here. Black matches him and doesn't allow him to get the G file. The biggest problem for Black is the bishop on D6. Right now it's just a tall pawn here. White decides to move the king to a safer square on D2. The pawn on D5 is plugging any open file where the king is. And that way the rooks are connected. Now the one thing I want to know is, where is he going to put this knight? Where would we put the knight? We would like to put the knight where the queen is, so the queen doesn't have to guard that square. As we see, black is getting ready to double the rooks on the G file. Doubling those rooks here. We're probably going to see rook to G8. This is going to be a massive trade on the G file. The game is all going to be about the knight, the minor pieces in this game here. Bishop on C4, the knight on E2, plus the bishop on D6 and the bishop on B7. That's what this game is going to be about. The bishop pair is good in open positions, but we don't know if this is quite open yet. The bishop on D6 is not so great, so I would much rather have the knight in a position like this because the position is just not open. You have a protected pass pawn here. The bishop is blockading the pass pawn. That's not the best blockader. So this imbalance, the balances in this game is favoring white here. Now I believe black is doing this so he could take over the file here. And what white wants to do now this is interesting here because black is threatening to take on B1 or G1. And white has to think. Let's go to the next game here. Let's go to another game. We'll come back because white is going to have to think a lot about that game here. Let's go to the game with the world junior online champion, WJO champion, Super Chester. And boom, looks like she got her piece back somehow because of just the attack on the king. Let's go back and see what happened. Super Chester comes back out of nowhere. Check here. Oh, she did play queen b2, and then queen to b5 was played. C6 played, and then queen b7 was played here. And then boom, look at that check there. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. And actually, after that, she was able to checkmate the king because the king was in the center. And so that shows you the imbalance of development, king in the center, and being aggressive when the king in the center, plus the pass pawn was enough for Super Chester to win a game that she was initially losing. That shows her experience of being a champion. She is the two-time WJO champion, and she showed it right there. Good job there. All right, let's go to the next game, or the last game. But let's get back to that game. Nope, that wasn't it. Sorry. All right, where is this game here? Okay, Tall Foamy Angel versus Georgian Mate. Now, Georgian Mate was trying to penetrate, and Georgian Mate did penetrate, and now things are different. King in the center here can't be good. Now this bishop, a simple e4 push, the bishop gets to come out. Bishop can also reroute itself here. So losing that c4 pawn was a big mistake by Georgian Mate. We're going to see the move queen f4 check, forking the king and the pawn here. Instead plays queen to h5. And now the pawn on d5 is hanging. Tall Foamy Angel is in trouble after having a great position earlier in this game, but dropped a key pawn on c4. So now black has a pawn advantage, and Tall Foamy Angel is still trying to keep the bishop locked in here as he doubles the h pawn here. We see a check here. King has to step to e2. I would think it would step probably to the square d1. He has to decide where he's going to go. He does go king e2. And then here is a check here, and then maybe the move knight. Okay, so he moves the king to a dark square. Now, in some positions like this, sometimes it's good to sacrifice and bring another piece into the game. But look at how Georgian Mate is threatening queen d2. Check. Okay, white plays knight e2, so queen d2 isn't a check anymore. Now he's able to develop his knight, probably bringing a knight, hopefully, to the f5 square. Georgian mate has 45 seconds left, guys. 45 seconds. What's going on, Jaden Lou? What's going on, man? Jaden, what's your username? What's your username, Jaden? Because I know you are playing in this tournament today. I think you are. Georgian mate has 33 seconds to go. 33 seconds. As we see queen f4 check. He does trade this here. Maybe knight e2. Maybe there will be a double team of the pawn here. Oh, this is actually a good move here. Knight to f5, attacking the unprotected bishop on d6. That gives me enough time to protect my pawn on d5 here with bishop to e4. Tall Foamy Angel is still working it here, and Georgian mate is going to have some pressure put on him. And remember, guys, don't try to run the timeout from your opponent. You will do better by making the best move, and that's what puts pressure on your opponent, not just making a fast move thinking that they can't think on my time. Make the best move, and that puts the best pressure on the opponent. King to f3 is a pretty solid move. And this bishop here, even though I would say black is up a pawn here, look at the king here. The king has a mission. The mission is to come to h6 and snap a pawn. Snap. And then now you have a pass pawn here. Now look what he's doing. Black wants to trade here, the knight here, but I would just move this. I would just move the king to h6. Instead, he goes knight to d2. Oh, he's going to take this here. Knight takes c8. Whoa. Not knight takes c8. Goes knight c6 and attacking the a5 pawn. Wow, Tall Foamy Angel is pushing right now. Pushing. King to h6. Ready to push. Ready to take. King takes h7. Uh-oh. You got to watch for all mating nets, though. You got to watch for those mating nets. Because this king, as we see bishop to d7, is he actually threatening to take this knight? I don't know about that. We can probably snap off on a5 and get another pass pawn. It's hard on Georgian mate here with only 20 seconds to make the most accurate moves. A simple, strong bishop to f3 stops the two pass pawns here in his tracks, covers the diagonals here, protecting this pass d5 pawn. There's going to be 3 pass pawns on the board. Now, I'm sorry, there's not going to be. There is 3 pass pawns on the board now. Bishop to f6, attacking h4. Tall Foamy Angel taking his time here. Patiently pushes the pawn on h5. Look at the bishop coming down here. You got to watch it now. There is some mating nets here. Tall Foamy Angel, look at your king. Now, the problem here, guys, is you got to watch the mating nets here. No, I guess bishop here and here wouldn't be mate. I guess that wouldn't be mate, but it looked mighty close. There we go. We got knight to c6. There's a pass a pawn here. Now he's pushing the pass pawn here. He's trying to weave his bishop over here to b2. I'm sorry, to b7. So he can stop this pass pawn here. But then there's another pass pawn coming as well. You got the bishop coming there. Now you have the move d6 here. You kind of messed that up, but Tall Foamy Angel still in control. There's another pass pawn here. Bishop covers that too. The bishops are working overtime. Uh-oh, there's a check. He misses the check, winning the bishop on a8. Georgian mate has 21 seconds, guys. I'm Poco. Yes, I didn't get a new computer. I don't know what happened that last stream, man. That wasn't me, I'm Poco. I'm Poco, that wasn't me. That was another guy. I always have good computer and good streams. That guy was an imposter. I'm just joking. No, maybe. All right. King to e7. Man, pass pawns everywhere, all over the board. George Mate is doing a great job of defending. You know, that's what you have to do, is make the only moves that you have and try to defend as much as you can. But now there's going to be a knight takes here, I believe. White will go. Oh, white does not take there. White does not take that. Uh-oh. That was a quick move here. This pawn is going to queen here. That pawn is going to queen. That pawn is going to queen here, and that would be checkmate here. Actually, queen is checkmate. Tall Foamy Angel has the win here. Oh! What? Whoa! He takes here, but I guess black resigned. Black resigned. Wow. Wow. Black resigns here. What a game from Tall Foamy Angel. A very great game. Very entertaining game there. And now we're going to... That is the end of the first round, guys. That's it. That is the end of the first round. My computer specs. I have a pretty good computer. I have a Predator. So it is a i7. I have an i7 computer. It runs pretty fast on Poco. All right, let's update this here. Now there is going to, it's 14 minutes until the start of the next round, and shout outs to everybody who are participating in today's tournament. Tall Foamy Angel, DG9852, 10th Teeth, Super Chester, the champ, Determined Octopus, Implodian, Race Car, Tracky Element, Implodian, A-Hill 2020-21, Implodian, Duo Chess, Dum Dum 2020 AR Ew is here as well. Shout out. Danny Rivera. Shout out to Danny Rivera in the house. Samuel Kagi. Shout out Samuel. Georgian Mate. Het J Patel. Former champion, I think. Het J Patel. Didn't you win a championship? I'm not sure, but I think you have. And then Leon 1357 is an Implodian as well. We will be back in about 12 minutes, guys. Be back. What's going on? We're back, round 2 of the World Junior Online World Junior Online Chess Tournament for kids, and the kids are definitely pushing today. Shout out to our sponsor, Wonderful Clothing Line. You can get that clothing line at bcwarts.com, bcwarts.com. Also, sign up for our tournaments at michiganjuniorchessarena.com. Also, lessons on michiganjuniorchessarena.com. You can become an Implodian too. We have a new tournament, February 13th. We're going to have one every month. Grandmaster going to be in attendance. We have National Master, famous YouTuber, Grandmaster James Canty, the Jedi, is going to try to win the championship belt. Championship belt? That means, yes, you will receive a championship belt if you win your section, plus some cash money, open to everybody, kids, adults, just not babies. No babies. Babies can't play. But kids, adults, seniors, everybody can play this. Come get your championship belt. Look for the details of that tournament at michiganjuniorchessarena.com. All right, to the games. Jeff Zhang, what's up, Jeff? Sorry, you're late. You know, I'm working here, man. If I was late, it'd be a problem. If you're late, it's okay. But I'm glad to see you here, Jeff. Jeff Zhang, Nathan Zhang's pops. That's what we say here, pops. That's a cool word for dad. I'm a dad, but I like pops. All right, let's get into the game. First of all, we want to look at, I'm going to go right into the defending champion here, Super Chester. She is our 2-time champion. Last game, she was losing her game. I mean, losing her game bad. And she has black here against GG 9852. And guess what, guys? It doesn't look good for her again. What happened here? So let's go back. This is a Sicilian, and she's playing the pin variation of the Sicilian. And then, so she actually gets a piece here. Aha. She does get the piece here. Now, she could have just backed up, but instead, she chooses this. And what she could have done is just played a simple move, E5. And yes, even though she would give a pawn, she's already up a piece, so she doesn't have to be greedy. But here, she must have moved very fast, and then bishop takes. And now, white is going to receive a rook. Going to receive a rook here as she thinks. And that's what happens when you move way too fast. Remember, guys, you should be thinking 15 seconds or more, because 15 seconds and under is a blunder when you're playing a 15-minute game. Shout out to everybody that's watching us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch. Shout out to everybody out there. I'm Poco, Jeff Zhang, loyal followers and loyal participants to the World Junior Online Tournament. Shout out to all my parents. When I say my parents, the parents that participate and have their kids participate in the World Junior Online Tournaments multiple times. I guess that means you like it. Remember, guys, this is a trophy tournament. All trophies from February will go out in March, beginning of March. So a lot of the kids will be receiving multiple trophies to their home with the unique Michigan Junior Online logo presented by the Implodians. And those trophies for January are on their way now. Can't wait to see the pictures of some of those kids holding those trophies. What pandemic? We don't even know about a pandemic when we're online playing chess. We don't even care. We're chess players. As Super Chester is really in a tough position. She plays knight to f6. She allows bishop takes h8. Now, I thought maybe she would try to lock that bishop in with like knight to e7, bishop takes h8, and then f6, and then kind of shuffle her king over to the side and try to win the bishop for the rook. And she would still have a better position here. But instead, maybe she has calculated something here. After knight takes e4, there's a move, queen to... She got to watch it because queen g4 threatens queen g8. So didn't do that. See, DG9852 made a fast move. Could have looked at Queen G4 here. Was threatening some serious things on G8 here. The king is very vulnerable here for Super Chester, but she was losing the last game. But her experience, two-time champion, it's the heart of a champion. You cannot underestimate the heart of a champion. So let's go to some other games. Race Car 4 versus Newcomer. This is Race Car 4 versus 10th Teeth. 10th Teeth is also an experienced player. Has won multiple K3 titles for the World Junior Online Tournament. The imbalances here. Both players have Black has an extra pawn. Black still is lagging behind in development a little bit because the bishop is still on C8. Black is thinking right now. I love 10th Teeth taking that time. That's what I love to see. Take that time, young man. Coming out to 11 minutes, making sure that he picks the right move. He knows that there's a discovery attack on the queen. And then maybe he wants to go queen to C7, trying to control this diagonal a little bit. Or even maybe he's even thinking about bishop E6 here. Even though that would give up the bishop here. He doesn't really, there is no good discovery with this bishop. So he could actually play bishop B7 and not worry about the discovery at all. Or play something like H6, attacking the knight on G5, kicking the knight back to a weaker square. But he is thinking here, and that tells me that this game is going to be of high quality for 10th Teeth. Let's go to another game. All right, Tall Foamy Angel versus the Implodian Determined Octopus. She won her first game. Determined Octopus now, she's up a queen for a rook plus 2 pawns, so that's a complete winning game. One of the pawns is a pass pawn, so if you're going to be up any type of pawn, the pass pawn is the best pawn to be up. That pass pawn is running the 40-yard dash in 4.2 seconds. And so that's going to be a big problem here. She could also sack her queen for the rook and still win the game, guys. Still win the game with 2 extra pawns. Sometimes I like to do that because that simplifies the things. Maurice Ashley has this video that you guys can look up. It's a TED Talk about retrograde analysis. Maurice Ashley, one of the best commentators on the chess game. I would suggest that you look at this video. Retrograde analysis. Sometimes you want to simplify the game to get to an easy end game that you can imagine in your mind to make the win full of the win confirmed and set in stone with limited chances and risk. So queen takes H8 is actually a good move. But Tall Foamy Angel is black to move here, and he's trying to figure out any type of strategy to prevent this from happening. So let's go to another game as Determined Octopus looks to be winning in that game. A Hill 2020-21 against Doo Chess. Or is that Duo Chess? Oh, I don't know what that name is, but I hope that's not Doo Chess. Because, you know, kids love to talk about doo-doo. Or at least when I was a kid, they did. But here, A Hill 2021 is up a rook and 3 pawns. So Duo Chess is not looking good in this position. Duo Chess is taking his time to make sure that, you know, he looks at all the possibilities. But unfortunately, with 3 passed pawns and an extra rook, doesn't look good for black. So let's go to another game. Oh, let's go to Dumb 2020 AREU versus Het J Patel, former champ, World Junior Online champion. I have to look through my champions. I believe Het J Patel has won a championship. But we see Het J Patel with black. We got a rook, 2 bishops and a knight versus a rook, 2 bishops and a knight. The difference is white has an extra pawn here, so white is better in this position. But you do see black occupying the second rank. Rooks go to files, to go to ranks, to find checkmate. So, and all the goodies are on the second rank. And so black just took one of the goodies, equalized the game here. Now, the one thing I will say here is black has the worst of this end game. And the end game is a game where the queens are not on the board anymore. It's limited pieces. There's been some trades. So there is three pawn islands for black. What an island is a group of pawns together. So there's 1, 2, 3 together, 1 together, 1 together. So that's 3 islands. Where white has 2 in a group and then 1, 2, 3 in a group. So that's 2 islands. So the end game is usually better for the player that has less islands. And so that's what's happening here. So white is better in this end game. Yeah, that's right, Jeff. That game was totally winning. 3 passed pawns, completely winning there. Let's go to this dumb. We'll be back to this game, Het J Patel. This game, it looked like it's going to go down to the wire. Equal game here. The most likely result when both players are playing accurately should be a draw in a position like this. But with 15-minute games, sometimes accuracy is sacrificed. And maybe not. So we're going to come back to this game. This is going to be one of our marquee games. Dumb 2020 AREU versus Het J Patel. Let's go around the world, Junior Online. Let's look at Tacky Element Implodian versus Georgian Mate. And Tacky Element, Georgian Mate both won their first game. We're looking at the position here. It looks like 7 pawns versus 7 pawns. Material is even. There is a backwards pawn here that I notice here. And so, but there's also a weak e6 pawn here that you got to watch out for. So Georgian Mate can put pressure on that e6 pawn right away with the move queen to b3. And that pawn is very hard to guard. That was actually played. So king f7, that's a hard move to make to defend that with your king. Because you know rook to e1 will be coming, trying to open up the file immediately where that e6 pawn is. And then another hard move to make is knight to d8, but that might be your only chance is to play a move like this, knight to d8. Because you don't want to allow him to take this pawn with check, forking your queen and your king. So knight d8. Now I'm thinking white has the best of this position here. For sure. White definitely has the best of this here as we see knight d8 played. White is using the activity because there's a pawn on e5. Remember, pawn on e5, the castle king dies. So that's a good thing for any type of attack that you can have. But the activity that white has makes up for the pawn being backward. The pawn is backward on an open file. Remember, a pawn is only weak. The backward pawn is only weak if it's on an open file. This is called imbalances. The backward pawn style of play. Positives and negatives of the backward pawn. A backward pawn is not a negative thing or a positive thing. It's just a different thing. So when you're going against the backwards pawn, number one, you want to control the square in front of the pawn because it's hard to catch something that can run away. Number two, you want to trade off all the pieces that can control that square. And number three, you want to take your rooks and line up on that open file and aim at the backwards pawn. And also the square in front of the backwards pawn is a weak square, and you would love to put a knight on that weak square because knights love squares where pawns do not control. Those are called outposts or support points or weak squares. So that's the strategy when you're going against the backwards pawn. Now, when you have the backwards pawn, the positive is that the pawn acts as a guard to a more advanced pawn. And that pawn is controlling key squares. Look at that pawn on e5. That pawn on e5 is a great pawn. And the backwards pawn is not a weak thing if you have the square in front of it control. Right now, white doesn't have that. White has 2 on d5, but black has 1, 2, and 3 on d5. So this is just the battle of the backward pawn. That's a style of chess. Like a style of martial arts, backwards pawn is a style of the imbalances. Let's go to another game. We'll be back to this game. This game is going to be a very good game here. All right. Okay. We're going to refresh. Let's refresh the board. Shout out to everybody that's watching us live on YouTube and on Facebook and on Twitch. We're on all 3 platforms. at the World Junior Online. I am Coach Brian, the leader of the Implodians. That's right, Jeff. You said 2 versus 3 wins. 2v3, 3 wins. That's right. It's just that simple, Jeff. 2v3 wins. That's correct. Sometimes we make it hard in chess. I call it, we should get more comfortable with playing Sesame Street chess. You know? And that's what Jeff is saying there. If you got 3 pawns on one side, another person has 2, that is winning on that side. Let's look at 10th Teeth versus Race Car 4. Race Car 4 is white, 10th Teeth is black. And, ooh, this looks not good for black here. Black is down a piece at the moment. Or do I see 2 pieces? Down 2 pieces here. The king is not good. The dark squares are naked. White has a strong knight in the center of the board. The bishop here on d3. This is just a dominating position for white here. So 10th Teeth should win this game as long as he doesn't get the winning disease. I'm sorry, not 10th Teeth. Race Car should be winning this game as long as he doesn't get the winning disease. What's the winning disease, you say? Winning disease is when you know you're winning and you get this sense of, oh, I've done it. I'm winning. And you relax. But your opponent's like, oh, I'm losing. I got to find any move. And his mind is so alert. Any type of tactic he can find, he's going to find it because he's on alert. When those two attitudes clash, it's a bad thing for the person who's winning. Because they relax, they're picking moves that are rated C and D instead of A and B moves. All of a sudden, their advantage dissipates and goes away, and then they're more likely to blunder. That means when you are winning, because it's not like basketball, whoever has more pieces captured do not win. Like basketball, whoever scores the most buckets and whoever has the highest point total at the end of the game wins. Checkmate wins the game in chess, and that's what makes it the best game in the world. So when you are winning, you got to meet your opponent with that same mindset. Said, hey, what can my opponent do? How can my opponent come back? I have to be alert. I cannot catch the winning disease. Jeff Zane says white should try to give up the bishop so black queen is away from the knight and white can checkmate in 2 moves. That's okay. So white should try to give up the bishop. Let's check that out. So Jeff wants to give up the bishop. Was that in the? Let's go back to this game. Jeff wants to give up the bishop here. Oh, I see. So you want to sacrifice the bishop on g6 somehow, right? Maybe. Maybe, Jeff. Oh, so wait a minute. But one thing, Jeff, what I think you're saying is that you want to remove the queen from this rank. But I think Race Car is doing a good job. Looks like he wants to go knight to f5 here. You know, he's doing a good job here. Taking his time. But Jeff, that game is easily winning there. So let's go to another game. All right, let's check back in. Is the champion done? Uh-oh. What happened here? Oh, let's look at our 2-time champion, our current defending champion, Super Chester. Now, she took that position. Now, here she has now look at her position now. She was winning in the opening. She caught the winning disease. As we see the move c4. DJ 9852 is playing pretty well. I got it. Yeah, I got it, Jeff. Jeff Zhang, I got you. Yes. Yes, in the 10th Teeth game. Now look at what whoa. Super Chester just took that. And then white took back without even thinking. But I guess he figures like, hey, you can't save the knight. The knight is pinned. Wow. Then now Super Chester is just down a piece against GG9852. Who is GG9852? Come out of nowhere. As Jeff Zane says, isolated pawn. Now, Jeff, don't scare the kids. Why do you say isolated pawn? You say it like it's a negative thing. It's not a negative thing, but that isolated pawn that you were talking about, Jeff, yes. The isolated pawn that we see that Super Chester had here, that pawn is weak. For sure, that pawn is a weak pawn. And it was going to be hard for her anyway. Her biggest mistake here was to actually put the knight on the e4 square. If we go to this position, all she had to do was just move her king away. Now, she had a couple squares to move to, maybe king to f5, or I don't know if I like the move king to d6, but definitely you move the king f5 or king to f7, but not going in here with the knight. And looks like she might get her first loss, but I've seen her do things, you know, over time, come back from bigger deficits than this. Jeff Zane says from the back of the position. I see. Oh, so Jeff, you're saying going all the way back here. There was, okay, yes, there's an isolated pawn, couple isolated pawns actually for both sides. The biggest difference is the knight and rook exchange, which is definitely in this position better for white. But if we go back to that opening, it was an opening mistake. As we see that game ended, Super Chester loses her first game in 2 weeks. She loses her first game in 2 weeks in 2 tournaments. She was undefeated 2 straight times and loses her first game. Defending champion Super Chester has lost her first game. She's won 10 or 11 in a row, and that's her first loss. So that's that. You know, hey, let's see if she can bounce back and try to defend her championship. We still have 3 more rounds to go, so still early in the tournament. As Jeff Zane says, "Ooch." All right. Let's go to let's look at Tacky Element versus Georgian Mate. This was the backwards pawn game here, and it looked like Tacky Element was able to make some trades here. There's still a backwards pawn here. He's thinking now whether he should take this here, knowing that he's going to lose the e6 pawn. This is a hard pawn, a hard position for black. I think white is much better here. And Tacky Element is thinking. Both players have been using their time very well. We're on move 19 and they have 3 minutes left. So that shows the sign that both players have been really looking at this position, the battle of backwards pawn. Look at this move, b5. This is a very interesting move here. And the reason why it's interesting, because if you take with the, well, you could take with the queen, though. He can take with the queen. He doesn't have to take with the bishop. He could take with the queen. And what Tacky Element is trying to do is kind of deflect the bishop away from this diagonal. That's what he wants to do. But queen take is a move. Queen take is the move, and bishop a6 loses the queen to queen takes a6. So maybe he wants to play rook b8 and get a discovery out of the capture on b5. So that is a pretty good practical sacrifice for Tacky Element, trying to create something, because Tacky Element's position is not great here because of the pressure on this e6 pawn. So just trying to create something. But this, and no matter if this is a good move or not, guys, so the parents out there listening, a kid, right? He's in 6th grade, and he has, first of all, as coaches, we give them the skeleton to go by, which is the fundamentals. and then their unique ideas are able to come out as they implant the fundamentals in their game. And this is what I love about Tacky Element in this position is he uses his thinking process and his own idea to come up with the move b5 to try to deflect the bishop from the attack on the e6 pawn. Hopefully he's doing that to use some initiative with moves like rook to b8 maybe, or a6 or c5, or whatever plan that he has, maybe c5 here, whatever it might be, to use the initiative. There's also a discovery here as well on black's queen. You know, you're looking at moves like knight to g6. That's very dangerous. And of course, if knight g6 now, there's going to be c takes or b takes c4 hitting his queen. So there's knight g6. Now I wonder if he would play the move c takes or b takes c4, but this is still pretty bad for black. Pretty bad for black. He could move away. He could move away and oh, look at this here. But the problem is, the check. He didn't look at the check. The one move that Tacky Element kind of moved a little too fast. Didn't look at checks. Now, when you are playing chess, you should first ask yourself, are there any checks? Can a piece be attacked more times to protect it? And can a piece be attacked at greater value? Those are the 3 golden questions that you should ask before every move. When you imagine that piece on that square, ask those questions. You would avoid blunders like this. This is the Implodian way. 3 questions is initiative. So Tacky Element loses that game to the blunder there. All it takes is one quick move. All it takes is one quick move. And let's go back to 10th. What? Hold on. Let's check on this game here. This game looks like white has 2 pawns for a piece. So it's 2 pawns versus a knight. So, and there's 2 passed pawns. So this game is going to be very interesting. And Het J. Patel, even though Het J. Patel is up a piece, look at his time. He has 42 seconds. 42 seconds. Hey, what's going on, Jaden Luke? And as you see, white is attacking the knight twice there. Where does the knight move here? So maybe knight to e4. And white does have a rook and bishop versus a knight and bishop. I'm sorry. So white is winning this game for sure. He has the exchange here. Now, anytime I see moves like this, it makes me nervous. But I will say, I guess after the move rook to a2, where does the knight go? I guess you can go back to c3. Makes me nervous here. But dumb 2020 AREU is not. Looks like, covers the a3 square. Knight to a3, forking the rook and the king was possible. Was the threat here. Now this knight couldn't go anywhere, so now he's just going to take that. And white is just going to win this game here. Or should be winning the game. Hasn't won yet. There's a passed pawn here, an extra bishop. So let's go to another game here as Het J. Patel is losing to his opponent Dumb 2020. Let's get to 10th Teeth Race Car. Oh, they're not playing anymore. 10th Teeth loses that game to Race Car. That is what we thought would happen in that position. So as we refresh here, there's only one more game here. And there's a pass pawn ready to queen here. You got a pawn freeze here. Instead, he goes pawn hunting on the other side and uses the pass pawn as a distraction pawn. Jeff Zhao says elbow cough, elbow cough. That's right. All right, this game is pretty much over. Head-shaped Patel also is low in time as well. You're gonna see king to b8, then bishop comes. Oh nope! Instead, he just pushes the pawn. You have to go to a7 here. Maybe you might see bishop to e3 or king to c7, so he can queen the pawn here. Only have 17 seconds left. Yeah, there's no way Jeff Black can win here. No way Black can win. There's the check here. King c7. Only thing Black hopes for is a stalemate here. But after he's forced to go king a6, queen here, that should do it. Now the king is just going to be forced to go to the corner here. Okay, wow. And then here, he's going to do a checkmate there with the bishop and the queen. And that is the game, guys. That finishes the second round. And now it's time to read that first page. That's right, Jaden Liu had to promote that pawn, and he promoted the pawn, an easy win. Now it's time to do a shout out to the first page of the World Junior Online. Undefeated is Race Car 4, DG9852, and Determined Octopus, Implodian. And we also have A Hill with 1.5. The rest of the first page is Tall Foamy Angel, 10th Teeth, Super Chester, Georgian Mate, Dum Dum 2020, Ew, and Leon 1357, Implodian. We will be back in about 12 minutes. See you soon. we are back to the Implodian Presents World Junior Online. Make sure you guys check out wonderful clothing line at bcwarts.com. bcwarts.com just dropped some new logos for hoodies. Get your hoodies, get your shirts from there, bcwarts.com. If you are interested in becoming an Implodian yourself, getting lessons, or registering for all the future tournaments, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, as well as our featured February 13th World Chess Online Championship. That's open to everybody except for babies, but everybody else, juniors, adults, and seniors can play in this tournament. And in that tournament, you receive a championship belt mailed to your home. Now, you don't get to keep it if you lose it. If you lose it to the next challenger, because once another tournament comes, there will be another challenger, and the player has to play that challenger in 12 games, and whoever wins that receives that belt, and that belt has to be sent off to the new champion. So that's what we're doing here at Implodians Presents. We have the Implodians Presents World Chess Online Championships and Implodians Presents World Junior Online, and that's what we're looking at now. And these kids have just started the game. So let's get into those games right now. Let's look at the two undefeated players here. Marquee matchup is Racecar 4 versus Determined Octopus. And you see Determined Octopus is already now up a pawn using the Owens defense, her famous weapon. And now you see this strong knight in the center of the board as he trades here. And already black is much better in this position, up a pawn. As white is thinking, hey, white could probably be looking at attacking a g7 pawn here. The problem is after rook g8, you might be losing a g2 pawn too. So that's exactly what white does, attacking g7. Now, black can easily just castle here. Oh, no, castle would be devastating because there's also the threat of queen to d4. And that would be a checkmate here. So she does go bishop takes d5. After bishop g7, we're probably going to see the move rook to g8. And the pawn on g2 is going to fall. So this is going to be another one of those games where both kings are probably going to be in the center of the board. White is 2 moves away from castling here. Will be 2 moves away from castling. After the bishop moves to c3, you're going to have moves like rook to g2. Shout out to everybody that's here in the chat watching us on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Make sure you follow all of those platforms at Implodian Chess, the YouTube channel. Subscribe, Twitch, follow, Facebook. Follow that group. We're going to have weekly streams on those platforms. As we see the move queen to d4, knight c6. And this is very interesting because here, the only way to keep the bishop defended here on g7 is to play queen f6 or queen c3. As Racecar 4 takes time to think here, we're going to go to another game. That was our marquee game. We also have another game here, which would be, I think the next game is, this is a game between undefeated DG9852, who defeated our world champion, Super Chester, in the last round. And this round is playing A-Hill 2020-21. This position is pretty much equal, but black does have the pair of bishops. And so black is going to be looking to, no, bishop to b7, drops the pawn here. Now after rook b8, maybe black is thinking, hey, I'm going to have good pressure on b2 after the move e4. And then maybe even c5 here, kicking the knight out here. So we're going to see the move e4 here. Knight to d4 kind of blocks that here. He goes backwards, and then there's a problem here. See what happened here. A-Hill 2021, who has been known to make a quick move, moved very fast in this position, should have instead played knight to d4, which blocks the bishop on the diagonal. And if c5 was ever played, you can bring the knight to b3, which blocks the rook's file. But Cahill makes a quick move here and gives up the pawn, and also makes another quick move here and goes, well, actually, I'm sorry, he couldn't go anywhere else, and this is just looking like a losing game here. Wow, look at this game. He goes king to c3. There's going to be a rook to d1 move by dg9852 here, which will pin the knight to the rook. This is a completely winning game now for black here in this position. Jeffrey Zhang says block the defense. Jeff Zhang, what do you mean by block the defense? Tell me, let me know. What do you mean block the defense? There was rook d1. There's the pin here. Now, notice that white's knight is attacking this bishop here. So what happened here? So after bishop takes, he didn't want to, yes, he didn't want to take there because it's pinned. So now there is a threat of knight takes. He moves the bishop back to g4. White here is just down an exchange here. And a pawn. So it's a knight versus a rook and a pawn. Black is completely winning in a game like this. Look at the bishop to c4 move, putting pressure on the f7 pawn. You're either going to have maybe rook f8 or bishop e6. Black would like to trade here. Oh, he didn't allow. He did not allow. I'm sorry. He allowed bishop takes f7. Now you might see, hey, moves like bishop to c4. There's going to be a rook to h7 move, check. And these pieces that white have left are starting to become very active. That makes a lot of sense. Black goes for the trade. Probably should not trade here, but it's hard to keep these pieces on the board at this point. Maybe rook to g1 could be played. Yep, there it goes. Attacks the bishop on g4. And here he allows rook takes. He allows rook takes g4. Probably should actually, maybe probably should do that. Why not? Could play h4 here. But he goes rook takes g4. We're probably going to see rook takes knight. Then here bishop to d3 attacks the g6 pawn again, or g6 pawn. And then the force of probably g5 and then h4. And even though white is losing this game, better. Oh, wow. He actually goes, he takes on e3. There is some good possibilities for white here. Rook takes h6. Now there is a passed pawn here on the h file. This is a decent game by white now. This bishop that's on d3 covers the whole board. So not bad here. And actually, if he can kind of bring this pawn to h5, a bishop on g6 will probably solidify the draw of this game here. h4 should be coming. Or even rook check. Would he trade this passed pawn? I would not trade this passed pawn for the pawn on c7. And he actually does that. He allows this check here. But I guess he did that because he knows that after rook takes c7, no. Rook takes e7. There will be rook e7. So I don't like that move from Cahill. He should have kept the passed pawn as long as he could, because that passed pawn would have gave him a compensation for being down the piece. Back in the game, Jeff Zhang. I know. Back in the game. As we see, oh, what's happening here? Rook to c8 should be coming. And here, white does have this passed pawn right here. Maybe he can play rook to c7 again. Because white, I believe, would take the draw here. And I don't think white is losing this game here. Not anymore. I don't think he's losing this game. You can always park the bishop on b3, protects both pawns on a2 and c2. The rook could be very active here. With an active king, white is perfectly fine in a position like this. A very interesting game. Ahill 2020-21 moved too fast here, but shows his talent. Not giving up, having active pieces here. As I guess he could play the move king to b2, which would protect his king pretty well. I wouldn't go out to the center. This is another moment where he needs to take his time. I know he wants to set up the move rook to c2 check. That's what he wants to do. So he goes king to b2. I believe after rook b8, there's going to be bishop to b3. He moves very fast again. That's a no-no. He moves fast without thinking about the consequences. But he is threatening rook c2 check here, and rook takes a7. So rook c2 check, why I say it's a threat is because a lot of times you make the king make a choice that might be a detrimental choice to him. We're going to see king to d2 here. That's the only option, king d2. Shout out to everybody that's watching us live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We're watching the World Junior Online. We're watching two of the best players, top players, undefeated DG9852 and Ahill 2020-21. He has 1.5. We got to watch this here. So I believe he's going to play a move like rook to g7. He's threatening back rank check, skewering the king and the rook here, winning the rook on b8. Ahill 2021 is putting up a great fight. We have to go to other games here. I really like Ahill putting the fight that he's putting up in that game. Let's go to 10th Teeth versus Georgian Mate. Now this looked like this was a Sicilian defense here for sure in the opening. Georgian Mate is black, 10th Teeth is white. And so far, white has 6 pawns and black has 7 pawns here. There is pressure being put on the d6 pawn right now. Georgian Mate is using his time, 8:54 to 12:28. So 10th Teeth has a big time advantage. That's not always a good thing. A lot of times that signifies one player is moving fast, and it's just a matter of time when you're moving really fast that the blunder is coming. We're on move 20, so that's half the usual game. A usual game is 40 moves, and we're on move 20. And Georgian Mate is thinking here, trying to figure out how to save the pawn on d6. How does he save the pawn on d6? I don't know if he actually can. He can go rook c6. The problem is e5 with the discovery on the rook on c6. So that's the biggest problem. He does play that move, and then e5 should be coming immediately. And not only oh, I see. So his plan was to play d5 here, but then you have the move e4. That looks like a problem here. So now the new target is the d5 pawn, and once you play e4, reason why it's pinned, because after d takes e4, rook takes d7, e takes f3, then rook takes b7. So that could be a problem too. And 10th Teeth, who is now taking his time, he finds e4. What a money move. 10th Teeth took his time, 15 seconds or more, remember, because 15 seconds and under is a blunder. He was able to find the move e4. All right, guys, let's go around the world. Junior Online. And let's look at Tacky Element versus Tall Foamy Angel. Tall Foamy Angel is black. Tacky Element is black. Tall Foamy Angel is white. Wait, what's happening here? Tall Foamy Angel has white. Oh, I'm sorry. The bishop has the knight pinned here. So, okay. Wow. So after rook e2, you see that he is threatening the b2 pawn. The material is equal for both sides. Knight is pinned here. As we see rook d2 here. Probably going to double the rooks here. As we see, Taki Element has 7 minutes and 37 seconds left, meaning he's taking his time in this game. Both players are around the same rating. They have never played each other before online at all. So probably to move rook e8. This is the perfect time to bring your rook into the game, protecting the other rook and keeping the same second rank control. So the imbalances here is space. Black has more space here, which gives Black more options for his pieces. He can move the knight to e5 if he wants to. Of course, not now. But the knight can come to e5. You could see, of course, there's a possibility of doubling the pawns here on d4, which he does do. And now after c takes d4, you're probably going to see rook to e8. Excellent move here by Black. If he plays that. Now, I will say this, that now that he does trade here. Now, White does have the pair of bishops, even though these pawns look ugly. That doesn't mean they are ugly. But look at this move. He's putting pressure now on the e4 pawn. So that's, oh, wow. So now bishop, but he said bishop takes d5. You go ahead and take my pawn. I will take your rook. So that was a big mistake here. And now White has an extra pawn plus the pair of bishops. White is in control over this game. White is in control now. Let's go to another game. Sam Kagi. We haven't seen Sam Kagi today. Oh, man, the game is already over. Super Chester gets the win against Samuel Kagi there. Super Chester back in the winning column. Our defending World Junior Online champion. We have 5 games going. I want to get to a game that we haven't seen. Danny Rivera. We haven't seen Danny today. And this game here is material is even. Both players have 2 rooks and a knight. Same amount of pawns. You see Danny Rivera has Black and duo chess has White. White just inserted himself into Black's position, attacking the pawn on d6. Me, when I'm looking at this position, I'm looking at moves like rook. So even if since you're attacking my pawn, I could actually play rook to b2, attacking the unprotected knight and double attacking the a2 pawn. I like that move. But instead he plays rook d8. We're probably going to see moves like queen to b6, which attacks the unprotected rook here. And one thing I like about queen b6 is not only does it attack the rook, it allows the next rook to occupy the second rank. Because remember, all the goodies are on the second rank. Checkmate, pawns, your king is stuck on the back rank. So that's where rooks belong. He does play queen b6. Oh, man. And he's attacking this rook here. Now, I think that it will... I don't like the move rook to d7 because that allows rook to c8 check. And then maybe even queen b8. And you're going to have some back rank problems here with the queen and rook on the back rank. So the best move, you know what? I don't know what the best move would be here. So you can always go queen to a8. And that defends, but you're still giving up the 7th rank with rook c7. You can move the rook, but then you lose the you will lose the d6 pawn. But I guess you could get it back. So there's something to be said. So he did go rook a8. So after queen to d6, there is a double attack of the queen with rook to d4. Attacks the d3 pawn and the queen on d6. And so instead he plays queen b7, preparing rook c7 here. But I don't know if this is the best move. It was kind of a quick move. Rook b2 is on the docket, hitting the knight on d2 and the pawn on a2. Rook c7 is a threat. It's attacking f7 here, but I think that rook b2 is more immediate, quicker, to the point. You're threatening the piece, and then if that piece moves, you're going to be threatening the unprotected rook with check. Here, rook c7 doesn't threaten anything with check. So rook b2, I believe, is the best move here. This pawn on b5 stops the knight from going to c4, perfectly placed. So queen b7 I don't think was the best move here. He buys the bluff because he thinks it's such a good move that he goes for a trade of queens here. But what happens if we go rook c8 check? And that looks like a blunder, guys. Rook c8 check. See, the problem, guys, if you take the rook, then white takes your queen. And you can't take the queen because you're in check. Oh, man. And if you move the king, then white takes the free rook here. And that was a big blunder by Danny Rivera. Duo chess is going to win this rook here. Now he's thinking here. When I see players think here, I wonder what they're thinking about. Is he thinking that he can't take the rook because he loses his queen? See, a lot of times younger players, they just don't want their queens gone off the board no matter what, because they are so in love with the queen and they overuse the queen. But they don't realize all they have to do is go queen takes a8, grab the rook, trade off pieces, and make the game completely an easy win. But since duo chess is taking time here, look at what just happened there. He did not take the free rook. Oh. Wow. When duo looks at this game as we see duo play a3, that also looks like not the best move, because yes, a3 is just a weak pawn here. When duo looks at this game again and see that he could have won a rook here, the move b4 is going to come now from Danny Rivera. Danny Rivera, I know, is like, woo, that was close. I was so bad in that position, and I probably couldn't believe what happened there. As Danny Rivera is going to get a pass pawn here. I probably would have took with the rook first, gained me one trade, and then took with the pawn. But here, this pass pawn isn't the most comfortable pawn at this point, as we're going to see the move knight to c3, and then maybe rook a3. So that pass pawn, he's going to be able to win that pawn right back. So this game is going to continue to go on. But what a big blunder by duo chess, not taking the rook. Free rook. That's right, Jeff Zane. That was a huge blunder there. Big chance for an upset there in that game. Big chance for an upset. All right, we have 3 games left here. Let's look on 10th Teeth versus Georgian Mate. 10th Teeth has 2 pawns and a rook, and Georgian Mate has 5 pawns and a rook here. So that's completely winning for Georgian Mate. So let's go to another game here. We have 3 games left. Let's look at Tacky Element versus Tall Foamy Angel. It's not looking good for Tacky Element here. Tall Foamy Angel is currently up 2 pawns here. And one of the pawns is a pass pawn, and simply rook to g7 is going to be threatened. The king is going to have to move away from the square in front of the pass pawn, and it's just not looking good here. I see that the g2 pawn is threatened. Now he should have played. Now he took with the bishop. That was a mistake. He should have took with the rook here, and it's a big chance that he could draw. Because remember, guys, one of the greatest drawing pieces to have on left on the board is the bishops of opposite color. because that way your opponent can't make your king leave the color in front of a passed pawn. And so you can block that passed pawn because your opponent has a different color bishop and can't make you leave. So he could have went rook takes, traded those rooks off, kept the bishops on the board, and then maybe be able to draw the game as long as he controlled all the light squares in front of the passers that were left. But he didn't think about that. That's the problem. He didn't think about that. As we see the move rook to b4, I mean bishop b4 and then c5. Black is still okay here. I would much rather just have these bishops on the board, but as we see, Tall Foamy Angel here is thinking here with the white pieces. Maybe it's time for Tall Foamy Angel to move, to start marching a new pass pawn. Looks like that's what he's going to do. He's going to play h4 and to start marching that pawn all the way up the board. And I would think Black would like to march his 3 pawns up the board as well. I know it's going to be hard with the bishop on c3. This pawn is going to go h4 and h5 is going to be very hard to deal with. And I think that what Black actually had to do was come from behind. So instead of what he did there, he would have had to play something like rook to e3, and then rook coming back here from behind to stop this passed pawn. c2 is played. And actually, that move is very good there. That is, well, I'm sorry. No. Let me not say that, because if rook to g8, this pawn just drops. So he did put a pawn on a light square. Ouch. So I don't know if this is a good move or not. And if Tacky Element, who has only 2 minutes left compared to Tall Foamy Angel's 9 minutes, he has to take his time and think in this position, because this pawn is on a light square. Now, if he goes rook to e7, there could be a king to f6 move, and that's what he played here in king f6, and that's not going to be good. That is not going to be good. King f6, and then now the pawn is guarded by the king if he plays king f6 and then rook g8. That's not good. And now there's nothing to stop rook g8 now. You have bishop h7. He just takes that. Oh, he does have a nice move here. There is a killer move here, guys. I'm going to do it like Chess Kid would do it. Pause the video if you see the move. There is a nice move here. Very nice. Oh, I'm sorry. I overstepped. I was looking at rook e6 check because the rook would be unprotected. But guess what? After king takes e6, the bishop protects the rook. That's not good. This is completely losing now. So he gives himself so what he does here is he gives himself a checkmated position because he can't move. And that's unfortunate for Tacky Element. He goes down in that game. Let's refresh there. This is the 3rd round. There's only one more game left. This is Danny Rivera, who has a knight and a pawn extra. He has a pass D pawn that's going to be running the 40-yard dash in 4.2 seconds. So he's just going to start pushing the pawn. Push. All right, g4 is played here, and white is hoping to get like passed pawns on this side of the board. That's not gonna happen. I do not like the move that black played there, though. The reason why he could have played G5 and that would have held up Black's winning process there, but it's just a matter of time here. As Danny's probably just going to push one of these passed pawns. Because now he has 3 passed pawns here. As he goes check, he does that to stop the king from going to G5. This passed pawn should probably be pushed here. Danny Rivera has plenty of time, 3 minutes and 45 seconds left in the game. Danny wants to take everything. Now that's often not a good idea. Because you never know when you are running low in time, you have to make a quick move, and then there's a stalemate happen. But gentlemen resign in positions like this, and Duo Chess did that. So that ended the game, and Danny Rivera wins that game. So we are now done with round 3. We're done with round 3. So let me refresh here. And at this point, undefeated still, the only undefeated player right now is Determined Octopus. Implodian, number 2. He's not undefeated, but he hasn't lost. 2.5 is A Hill 2021. Implodian. Then we have on the first page as well, DG9852, world champion, 2-time defending champion, Super Chester, Tall Foamy Angel, Dum Dum 2020 AREU, Race Car 4, Georgian Mate, 10th Teeth, and Leon 1357. We will be back in around 12 minutes. See you soon. We are back. Round 4 of the World Junior Online. I am Brian, Coach Brian, the leader of the Implodians, and this is the Implodians Presents World Junior Online. Make sure you check out the clothing line, hoodies and shirts at Wonderful Clothing. You can see that at bcwarts.com. You can order those items of clothing at bcwarts.com. And if you would like to become an Implodian yourself and get chess lessons or register for our future tournaments like World Junior Online or the World Online Chess Championships, you go to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. The World Online World Chess Online Championships, you actually get a championship belt. So make sure you check out the details for that. Let's get into the games now in round 4. I don't know. Oh, we have to look at our undefeated game here, and that's Determined Octopus versus Ahill. 20 21. Two of these players are Implodians. Implodians here. And look at what's happening here. Determined Octopus has pulled out the Scotch Gambit. She has white. And look at the sacrifices here. She's going to hit him with, look at what's happening here. She takes away the castling ability for the king. And then she takes the bishop back. What a combination here in the Scotch Gambit. But everything is still equal here. It's just the king is in an awkward position. That's it. And what white wants to do here, white has a big development advantage here as we see rook to e8. I don't know. Yeah, the move that I'm looking at is queen to d5 check. So if queen d5 check, if the king is forced to go to a dark square, which is possible, then there's going to be the move bishop to g5. But instead she plays f3 here. Maybe her plan is to actually castle to the queen side, which in this variation I have not seen. Queen c4 is a check, but then you have bishop e6. Maybe queen to b5 she could play here. Queen b5 after d6. So black is fine in this position. The king is just kind of weak here, but black is okay in this position here. White is just slightly better here. She has to be careful. I don't like the queen c4 move because of bishop e6. Unless she's just plan on playing. Yeah, I don't really like that one. Because if queen to d3, you have knight b4. It's just going to be a bunch of initiative here. She plays queen e2. You might see the move d5 here. d5 is a good move trying to open up the position with the king in the center here. So this game is going to be heated between the number 1 and number 2 leading this tournament here. Now let's go to the defending champion. She is the World Junior Online champion right now, but she is a game behind who is Super Chester. She is currently Lichess ranks her currently number 5 out of the standings, but it is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 way tie with 2 wins each. So let's look at her game. She's playing Georgian mate here. She has the black pieces. And what was this here? This looks like a French defense. Or maybe it even started out as a Sicilian defense here. It did. It was a Sicilian defense, but it was a Rossolimo variation here. And in this imbalance, what white wants to do is just have a space advantage. And so the plan when you have a space advantage is you want to protect that space, make it indestructible, protect it with bishops, knights, rooks, queens, your mom, your uncle, whoever. Protect the space, make sure that it is indestructible. And then once you have this space advantage covered really well, what it does is it cramps your opponent. And if your opponent allows that space to exist, all it does is it makes your opponent's move gets harder and harder to find because your opponent doesn't have good squares for the pieces. And so the more they try to move when you have a space advantage, the worse it gets. You start to see pieces go to the side and pieces going backwards. And what you want to do is you want to neuter that. You don't want to be in a rush. It's opposite of development where you want to hurry, crash in. But when you have a space advantage, it's nice and calm. Don't trade pieces. You want to keep the pieces on the board because if your opponent trades all the pieces, then your opponent won't have any pieces to be cramped because that's what your space is doing, is cramping the pieces. Having a space advantage reminds me of a constricting snake, a boa constrictor. And what it does is once you breathe and you exhale, the lungs expand. And once the lung contract, then the snake wraps around the lungs. And then you get another breath and it contracts again and it wraps a little tighter and it won't let you get breath. And so that's what this is. It's constricting play when you have a space advantage with these two pawns. Avoid trades. Make improving moves by moving your pieces to protect these pawns here. And you notice the bishop on c8 is bad because the pawn on e6 is there, and the pawn on e6 is there because it's not on e5. And the reason why it's not on e5 because there's a pawn on d4. And so that is the restricting nature of space advantage imbalance. So there's 7 imbalances, and we are looking at one of the imbalances called space. Jaden Liu gives an angry face. Jaden, are you playing right now? What happened? Hopefully you didn't blunder. As we see the move b5, another pawn that's on the same color as the bishop on c8. So right now, I do not like Super Chester's position. There's a backwards c6 pawn. She would like to play c5 here. But remember, when you're going against a backwards pawn, you want to control the square in front of it. So I'm expecting b4 from white to put clamps on the c5 square. So this is a great position for Georgian mate. All right, let's look at race car 4 versus Dumb 2020 AREU. And Dumb 2020 is white, race car 4 is black. The material is white has an extra pawn in this position. There's a backwards d6 pawn. We talked about what the plan is when you're going against a backwards d6 pawn. Right now, queen b6 is attacking a hanging knight on b5. Dumb 2020 is thinking about going knight takes d6. He's looking at the pin, but he's saying, hey, can I just play e5 and hold my my pawn there? You could. But also after knight takes d6, he might be thinking about the move queen takes b2. That is an option as well. So instead, c4 was played. That makes a lot of sense. Because now after a6, knight takes d6, there's no queen takes b2 because the queen on d2 protects it. So that is a big difference there. Hey, what's good? What's good? What's good, bro? Streamers overlay. I got you, man. No, man, I'm doing a stream for the World Junior Online. Definitely, man, after the stream, maybe we can get some games in, man. Get some sparring in. Just don't hurt me too bad, okay? Shout out to Streamers Overlay on Twitch. Shout out to everybody that's watching on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. As we see, race car is thinking right now. Both players have around the same amount of time. We see the b3 move was played after rook d8. There is still a backwards d6 pawn. There's a weak d5 square here. So this is another thing here. The good thing about playing against the backwards pawn is that there's a weak square that you can put a knight on. First thing you want to do, remember the rule was you want to trade the pieces that control the square in front of the backwards pawn. So he does go knight to c3. Now black knows that he wants to trade the knight off by playing bishop g5. Here he should play h6 to prevent the trade of the knight so that he can continue having some control over the d5 square. But here white is way better in this position. Not only is white up a pawn, has good control over the square in front of the backwards pawn. So let's go to another game here. Samuel Kagi versus Leon 1357. We look at this position. Both players have this. Oh, I'm sorry. Leon 1357 is up a pawn. But it is right now. Samuel Kagi is attacking a hanging knight on the rim. Now, if knight c6 is played, then he's going to play queen takes b7. So the best way to defend this is probably b6. But to make up for this pawn deficit here, now I will say this, Leon does have a bishop that has no squares here. So after g5, bishop g3, and f4, the bishop is trapped. So black is definitely much better in this game here. But white does have a lot of activity. Remember, white does have the pair of bishops, so that does matter. But you have, he plays rook to c1, guarding c4. Yes, black was threatening queen takes c4. But here, I would just play g5. and grab this bishop here. I would play g5 and ask I would play g5 and ask questions later. Ask questions later here. G5 wins the bishop with f4. I know Jeff Zhang, he gave us a sad face. I want to know why he's sad. I don't want kids to be sad, right? But I know losing is all a part of learning. That's true in chess more than any other game, I think. Losing is a part of learning. Maybe baseball, because if you hit the ball 30% of the time, you are an all-star. So that is a lot of failure in baseball. As we see bishop to d1 here, bishop goes all the way back. There is a potential knight d2 move here. That looks like that might win the rook here, because after knight d2, the rook e1 loses to rook takes e1. So knight d2 is a strong move here in this position. Let's go around the world junior online. Let's look at 10th Teeth versus that ended. 10th Teeth wins the game against Duo Chess. So let's go back and let's refresh. Let me refresh this stuff, man. Watching old games. Jaden Lou says, I'm wrong. He's not sad. Okay. Don't want you to be sad, Jaden. Don't want you to be sad, bro. All right. Should we go back to? No. Let's go. Let's go around. Let's go. Danny Rivera versus Het-J Patel. Het-J Patel has had a tough tournament today, and he's a former champion for sure. So this is a very tough day for him. Probably just, hey. Sometimes you just wake up and it's not your day. Het-J is struggling a little bit right now. Black in this position, though. Black has an extra pawn. It's a knight versus bishop imbalance. Remember, pawns on both sides. The bishop is usually better than the knight. But a knight in the center like this is better than a rook. So this is an outpost. It's on a dark square, so there's no knight or dark square bishop that can kick it out. The only thing that you can do to kick this out of this square is sacrifice a rook on the knight. Because this rook is just as good as, this knight is just as good as a rook, because it controls 1, 2, 3, 4 squares on white's half of the board, in the center of the board. Strong piece. Black is completely winning in this game. Danny Rivera. All right. We're going to refresh again. We have 5 games left. And let's look at our top game again. Determined Octopus versus A-Hill. And Determined Octopus is better in this game because she's up in exchange, and at the moment she is attacking the rook and the knight at the same time. Maybe to get out of this, you might have the move knight to f2. Because if king takes f2, knight takes h3. I think here. But I think that's what he's probably going to have to do. If he plays something like knight e5, there's going to be king takes e2. So A-Hill is in some trouble here. I'm wondering if he made a fast move in this game. Okay, so A-Hill does find a move rook d2, but then king to e3 by Determined Octopus should win the piece. Because even if the rook moves away, just making sure here, even if the rook moves away here, but I think black still should not give up a free piece, but should play knight f2. And then at least get something for the piece. Jeffrey Zane said Determined Octopus is a smart octopus. Yeah, she is definitely very, very smart for sure. Like, actually, I don't think she's now literally, because I know her personally, because she is an implodian. Literally, she has never seen a bee. So that'll tell you something about Determined Octopus. She has never, she doesn't even know what a bee looks like in school. What is a bee? When she does her ABC, she just goes A, C, D. She doesn't even mention B. That's how her grades are. Jeff Zhang is the real animal smart. The octopus, I don't know. Are you an expert on the octopus? I like to watch a little National Geographic every once in a while. I like that. I like watching the nature, especially in the ocean, because the ocean is so endless and there's so much so many things that have not been discovered in the ocean. As we see the move Rook E1, right now, Determined Octopus is just up a rook here. Now, I will say this. There is a pass pawn that black has here. There's 2 pawns extra for black, so it's far from over. White is going to need some accuracy here. As you might see the move Rook to D5 or Rook D3 or Rook C4, protecting the pawn and not allowing the extra pass pawn. That is possible. That's possible. Okay, what is happening here? She's trying to find a mate here. Whoa, and she just found, what? No, that's still not mate. She gives up the pawn here, but there is still no mate here. She goes Rook takes H7. There is 3 pass pawns here, guys. Yo. All right, Jeff Zhang says everybody needs information. That's right. Everybody does. Look, Ahil has a lot of pass pawns. Ahil has 1,000 pass pawns on his side of the board. And if Determined Octopus is not careful, because Determined Octopus is looking for this mate here that's not really there. It's not there. So I guess she wants to come. Okay, so that's what she wants to do. So she wants to play Rook to F7, but that's still not there. The mate is just not there. Now, Rook F7 was threatening Rook H7, but now she has to play. Okay, and so now what? She's looking for this mate here, but the mate is not there. She decides to attack the pawn here on G6, and she gonna have to hurry up because these pawns are very fast. They are very fast here. Uh-oh. Now there is a problem here, because after Rook to, but still no mate. Still no mate. Oh, wow, but it is a problem here, because after Rook to G5, King H6, there will be a King to H4, and that is mate threatened there. But instead, I don't know what's happening here. She's gonna, these pawns are going to be vicious. She is ignoring these pawns, trying to find these mate with these 2 rooks, when she probably should have just snapped one of those pawns off. That's right, Jeff Zhang. This could be a win for black. And that's what I'm saying, guys. The winning disease. I think Determined Octopus might have caught the winning disease. Because now this pawn, once this pawn reaches the 7th rank, or the 2nd rank, that pawn is gonna be on hard to stop. Hard to stop there. So she's going to have to mate black, or it's just over. Now, what one thing she can do is she can swing this rook over here, and she could play rook takes. Oh, you know what? Yeah, she could. So she could stop the pawn by going rook takes check and then bringing the other rook over to stop here. But see what she did there, that doesn't help at all. That did not help at all, because now she's just gonna lose. She is going to lose that. Now see, look, if she takes, of course there's a queen. That's it. That's it. Now the only thing she can do is get a draw, and she has a draw. She does have the draw. She can repeatedly check black's king over and over again, and it would be a draw. She has 6 minutes left, undefeated so far. She has a draw in hand by because the thing is the king can't run away from the checks. She was supposed to win this game, but she can just repeatedly draw here with the two rooks. Check, 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 check. She can keep checking over and over again. The king can never cross. And what does she do there? Oh man, that is just a terrible decision there for Determined Octopus. And now there's a queen on the board. Oh, and she actually trades off, and she just didn't realize that she could literally draw the game by repeating the checking process. And now black is winning. Wow. Jeff Zhang says white would have still won there. No, I don't think so. White wouldn't have won. I don't know what part of the game you're talking about, Jeff Zhang, but white wouldn't have won in this position here. Because the king doesn't have to come close to the other king to allow any checkmate mating nets. But right now, this is better for, this is definitely better for black. Now, will Ahill get the winning disease? Because there is a chance of a blockade position. Now, the one thing that saves Ahill, if you were able to take off the pawn on c5, this is actually a draw. Because all you would have to do is place the rook on f4, and there you have it. What's happening here? So she is looking for a check here, but that wasn't the right route to go. It really wasn't. So maybe she's gonna check repeatedly here, but all she's gonna do is help the king come closer. And Ahill has to make sure. Oh, and look what she does. She gives that up. Wow. And Ahill's gonna go on to win that game. That was, oh man, that was incredible. That's only gonna help Super Chester in her game, because she needed Determined Octopus to lose her game in order for her to have a chance, because Ahill was a half a point behind. So if we refresh this here, and let's take a look at the Super Chester game versus Georgian Mate. Now, if Super Chester is able to win this game, she, going into the final round, she might be playing Ahill. But Super Chester right now is threatening checkmate on f2. We see, look at the nice bishops that Super Chester has. Oh my God. Those bishops are snipers. That's right, Jeff Zane. This is why you keep playing to the end. That's correct. But look at the snipers that Super Chester have here. And Georgian Mate could take this rook here, but Super Chester doesn't care. Super Chester is going to have the move e3, attacking the pinned pawn. These bishops are monsters. This e3 move is going to open up attack against the g2 pawn as well. This is a perfect example of the bishops being better than the rooks when they're together like this. So this is the imbalance. This imbalance is called bishop pair. The bishop pair imbalance. Bishops are usually good on diagonals where pawns don't block their pathway. So white does not take the rook here, but still, I think e3 is still the move. E3 is still the move. Now that attacks the knight here. Now you can play knight takes c4. Could play that. Also, there was something else here. It was also possible for Super Chester to play queen h2, threatening checkmate on h1. That might have been a better move than even e3. Could have been a better move there, which is queen h2. But e3 is perfectly fine, as now the bishops are just beaming down here with the rook here. This is much better position for Super Chester. But I will say, even though I think this is a much better position, now see, the thing is, white chooses to take the pawn here instead of playing knight f3, forcing black to give up one of the bishops if black wants to continue the attack. And the bishop is very, very strong. So here I think Super Chester should ignore everything and just go queen h2, threaten mate on h2, and also the g2 pawn. Instead, takes here on f2. So at the moment, white is up a rook here at the moment. And I don't know if that is okay. Of course, knight here knight to e3 is actually a really good move, because bishop takes e3 does not win the piece back because of the move queen e6 check, king h8, and then queen takes e3, and the piece is still there. So knight e3 for white is good, and I think Super Chester has to be careful that she didn't lose the attack here. She missed queen h2 earlier. She moved way too fast to have 6 minutes. Jeffrey Zhang, white takes the rook. Jeff Zhang says white takes the rook, the queen takes the rook. Well, Jeff Zhang, you got to say which rook, though. Then you take the knight. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so Jeff Zhang, you were saying white takes the rook here, and then black's queen takes this rook? Why? I don't know. Queen takes, I don't know about that. Okay, Jeff Zhang says he can't see the letters. Okay, maybe I have to fix that, Jeff, because I want to go back and forth with you, bro. So let's pull these letters out here. Let's pull these letters out here. Okay. Maybe. Hopefully you can see that a little bit better. Right here you were saying knight takes rook, but then I guess queen takes knight, black's queen? Nah, can't be talking about that. Anyway, queen h2 is the best move for sure here. Yeah, it's no doubt. Queen h2 threatens mate, and I don't know how he stops mate. I do not know. Say go back further. Okay, go back further. So knight takes rook here, maybe. Knight takes the rook here, you say. Okay. And still I say queen h2. Threatening mate. Queen h2 is just the answer in a lot of those positions. But there was a mate on the board. So what happened here, guys? Knight e3 was played. Remember I said this didn't win. This is not good for black because of queen takes e6 check. And that forks the bishop and the king. And so after that, Oh, she did play that. Oh, but then Bishop takes check. Ouch. That was a strong move. And that's a clearance move. And then now queen check. What a strong move by Super Chester. Finishes the game. And wait a minute. I think she's back in it. That's our defending champion, guys. She had that terrible loss in round 2. And now if we update, I want to know now that was the last game. Unfortunately, when we look at this, guys, A-Hill 2021 is in first place, 3.5. Right behind him is four-way tie, Dumb 2020 used, Determined Octopus, Super Chester, Tall Foamy Angel, and we'll keep going on the first page. DG9852, Georgian Mate, Race Car 410T, Leon 1357. All right, now A-Hill has played. Now A-Hill could play Dumb 2020. Hasn't played Dumb 2020 yet. So that could be the next matchup. Also, A-Hill has not played Super Chester yet. So I don't know who will play A-Hill 2021. And also you have Determined Octopus that could also play. Just recently lost the game in the last round to A-Hill. So no, A-Hill, Determined Octopus will not play A-Hill. It's going to be between Dum Dum or Dumb 2020 EU or Super Chester. And I'm thinking Super Chester might get her shot to play A-Hill, and that could win the championship for a third time for her. We don't know what the pairings will be. And we will come back in 12 minutes. This is going to be a dramatic finish, but this is the popcorn round. So I'm going to go get my popcorn and get ready for this next round matchup. See you soon.
Technically 2 people. Oh, and Mr. Wilson, who all are going to be on the plane to Michigan? No, because you always talk like a captain. There's one man of the plane. So how many people are going to be on the plane? Actually, my cousins did drive over, so you. Yeah, 2 people. Take 6 numbers. The last game I was worried. I was like, oh no. Yeah, when I reviewed it, my dad's like, why didn't you do that? And I was like, I'm not a computer. You want to have the ability to think that far, Dad. That's why. If we were machines, we'd all be Ragarts. That's how I know that for sure. That's the good part. We're humans. Who all are going to be joining us this year? I only see Damien. Leon always joins. I don't know why Leon isn't here. Leon, Nathan, those are the people who usually join here. Wait, really? You're getting popcorn for real? Oh, wow. Okay. I don't have popcorn on my hands right now. Finish them. Ooh, I might go get chocolate. I'll ask my mom. I got my chocolate. will Mr. Wilson take to get the popcorn? Mr. Wilson, I just finished a slab of chocolate. I like the sweatshirt, Mr. Wilson. Can you stay on Zoom? Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
How's it going? We are back. World Junior Online. I am Coach Brian of the Implodians. Implodians presents World Junior Online plus World Online Chess Championship. You can sign up for these tournaments every month, every Sunday. There is tournaments. Go to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. You can see that right there on the bottom ticker. Also, we have a new tournament, World Chess Online, where you can receive a championship belt. Go to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com to check out details and register for that tournament. Also, if you want to become an Implodian, you would like to use the system IMPLODS to improve your chess game, go to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com and let's get you signed up and trained in the style of Implods. Also, shout out to our sponsor, wonderful clothing line. Check out that clothing at bcwarts.com. They got really nice hoodies and nice t-shirts as well, designed by a Michigan fashion and design student. So please check out that clothing line from our sponsor, wonderful, at bcwarts.com. Let's get into the games. This is the popcorn round. This is the money tournament here. The money round. Now we're watching Dumb 2020 ARUs EU versus A Hill 2020-21. Now, we see it was a London system by A Hill here. As we see, 94 was played. And here it's a weird London system because he actually played C5 here early. That's not a common move in the London system. As we see him play queen to C2 here. And this is interesting too, because if knight takes C3, there's a possibility of bishop takes F5 first because of the attack on the H7 pawn. So that's a possibility. I think white is okay here, but when you put a pawn on C5 here like this, that's usually an indicator of something that has gone wrong. For instance, black can play B6 and chip away at this pawn structure very easy because of this pawn here on C5. It was pushed a little too early on the other side of the board, mainly because the rooks are not connected. For instance, say he plays B6, you play B4, and he plays A5 and you play A3. Then he plays A takes B4 and you go A takes B4, and then he goes rook takes A1 because the rooks are not defending each other. Okay, but he didn't do that. So Dumb 2020 is he has 13 minutes to A Hill's 14:30. Now A Hill is the leader of the tournament right now with 3.5. Haven't lost a game yet. 3 wins, 1 draw. And Dumb 2020 has 3 wins and 1 loss. They have played before. And in their matchup, played one time, Dumb 2020 has won the only game they've played before in their history. So there you have that. But have A Hill, has he gotten better since that one game? Right now, this doesn't look like anyone has a big advantage here. I would say the bishop on now it looks like black is just going to trade here. Now, if it's a draw, that is going to be better for. Actually, it will be better. A Hill would have 4 points, but then he could get caught from behind, and then tie breaks are going to come in at that point. And once those tie breaks come in, you never know what could happen when tie breaks get involved. So A Hill would like to win this game. But it's been a lot of trades. Popcorn round. Now, Dumb 2020 is thinking. Has about a 12 minute to 14 minute difference in time, so 2 minutes difference, which is not a big problem with these two players who have been using their time wisely. A Hill plays H4. I don't know why. His plan maybe is to play H5 and H6 and kind of weaken up some squares around the king here and try to create something. This is our marquee game. I know Super Chester is... Now, Super Chester still has a chance to repeat as champion if this becomes a draw. Super Chester, let's look at her game. Super Chester is playing Determined Octopus. Whoa. What is happening here? This is a very interesting position where actually now's... Okay, so this... Black is actually up a pawn here. As we see Knight F5 played. And here... Black goes king to D8. And it's not looking good for black in this position at all. Super Chester is threatening the rook on H8. She has bishop G5 check coming. Yes, her knight is being attacked at the time, but this just looks very bad for black. The black's king is in the center, so it's going to be hard to get the rooks connected. This doesn't look good for Super Chester. You have you have moves like bishop to g5. You have those moves, bishop g5, and if king to c8, queen takes f7, hits the unprotected rook here on e8. This is not a good position. But hey, in this tournament, we've seen players or kids have bad positions and come back out of nowhere. So Super Chester is in the driver's seat in this game. If she can win, she'll have 4 points, but she needs help. She needs help from Dumb 2020. She needs 2020 to beat or draw A-Heel. Now, of course, if Dumb 2020 beats A-Heel, Dumb 2020 will probably be the champion. But a draw would throw a monkey wrench in a lot of things here. As Dumb 2020 is thinking here, we see the move g5. I like the a5 move from Black. I actually think Black's game is much better here now. I would play something like queen to g6 because I'm already threatening to open up the h file. I'm hitting b4 here. I would prefer to be Black here. Now, it's also possible that you can keep the queens on the board because the king is stuck in the center here and try to play for e5 and open up the center of the board. Because that's the development way. That's what you do when you're up in development. So Dumb 2020 is thinking about those different options. Guys, this is the popcorn round sponsored by Wonderful Clothing Line. Check it out, bcwarts.com. As we see, queen f3. This was way better than the move I was thinking about. Queen f3 hits the rook. Why? How did I miss that? Queen f3 is such a good move. And now the pawn on b4 is hanging, plus the rook on h1 is hanging. This is a problem. There's no queenside castle because the queen stops castling. There is now, I will say this, he can castle to the king side. He goes queen to f1. Now, one thing A-Hill does is he moves kind of fast, though. There was a way to castle to the king side. But now we're going to see the move A takes b4. And Black is much better in this position. And Super Chester is looking at this game probably and saying, yes, give me a chance to defend my title. As we see rook h3, that's a quick move there, but it looks to be okay. Maybe something like queen f5. Yeah, maybe something like queen f5 here, where he can go queen c2 with a double attack on a2. You want to have maximum flexibility with your queen, covering all the diagonals here. Queen g4 just runs into, sometime it might run into this rook g3 with a sacrifice on h4. You might not want to do that. I like to move queen f5 because we want to munch on this pawn on a2. It's an isolated pawn. And if we're able to get rid of this pawn, then there's a passed b pawn that's going to be strong and probably winning. So Dumb 2020 is taking his time. And see, that's what I like about his game. He's taking his time. This move is more than a minute. Now look at this move. Queen to f5. He found a great move here, wanting to go queen to c2. He ties the queen up to the defense of the rook. Let's go around the world here. Super Chester versus Determined Octopus. That's already done. Super Chester has won that game. That's done. I mean, great tournament for Determined Octopus, by the way. Great tournament to get the 3 out of 4 here. Let's look at 10 Teeth versus Tall Foamy Angel. These two have played each other 3 times. 10 Teeth has won 2. Tall Foamy Angel has won 1. But right now, Tall Foamy Angel has a big advantage here. He's up everything in this position. And now we're going to see maybe Queen h6, King h7. What will be next here? Yep, maybe Queen h8, King g6, and then Queen takes h6 and snap the queen off. Okay, so instead he plays queen to f5. He's just looking for checkmate now. He's not looking for anything else, so he wants to bring his rook into the game, cutting the king off. This is just a winning game for Tall Foamy Angel. Let's go around the world again. Let's look at Tacky Element versus DG9852. And DG9852 is a pretty strong player here. And what just happened here? Tacky Element gives up a back rank checkmate. Wow. So Tacky Element just snatches a rook and says, why? Because there's checkmate, guy. That's why. And, oh, man. So Tacky Element has had better tournaments than this one. Oh, shout out to everybody that's watching on YouTube. Jeffrey Zhang, I have popcorn. That's right. That's right. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Leon, I see you there. Or actually, that might not be Leon. That might be Mrs. Ma. Mrs. Ma, I got great popcorn. It is, you know what? I don't use butter, Jeff Zhang. I don't use butter. I put olive oil on my popcorn, a little bit of cheddar cheese. You know, that's how I like it. That's how I like my popcorn. But this is the popcorn round. Shout out to everybody that's watching on YouTube, Twitter. Not Twitter. What am I talking about? YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Make sure you like, subscribe, all the videos, please. We do this every week, Sunday, 12 p.m. And we finish around like 4, somewhere around there. Whereabouts? Let's refresh these games. There's only 2 games going on. Let's look at Leon. Leon 1357 versus Georgian Mate. And Leon, the material is even now, but Leon is putting some pressure on the e6 pawn here. As Leon is white and Georgian Mate is black. He's trying to create a backwards e6 pawn, so I think he has pretty much done that. If queen takes e6, then white will take the c5 pawn, so he takes with the f pawn. Probably the move rook to e1 should be coming. Keeping that pressure on the e6 pawn. There's an isolated pawn here. And the reason why this isolated pawn is so bad in this situation, because remember, isolated pawn is not a bad thing, it's a different thing. Isolated pawns, when they give you space, for instance, the pawn is on e5, they can support knights on d4, knights on f4, for instance. Of course, not in this position. So it supports advanced pieces. Your bishops, your knights get better squares, but there's no bishops and knights. So that makes the pawn weak, because the pieces cannot benefit from you having space from that isolated pawn. So here, since their knights and bishops are all gone, it just makes this a big weakness. And so yes, in this situation, in this type of position, it is weak. Leon Ma says, can I win? I don't know if you could win, man. You're not getting any moves from me. I'm not going to tell you if you can win. Everybody can win, right? Everybody can lose. All right. Let's go back to, oops, we spent too much time in this game. Where's our other game? Oh no. Oh no. What did I do? This game is Jay Patel versus Race Car, but what happened in the... So, in the game here, we're going to look. So, it happened. A-Hill loses his game against Dumb 2020. Let's see what happened. Let's go back. So, after Queen F5, oh, he goes Queen E2, and he blunders his rook. Let me look at the time to see, because I tell you guys, A-Hill's biggest thing he has to improve on is the time that he plays per move. Here, after he had 13-13, and he actually took some time. 25 seconds, but he just blunders the rook. And that makes it very easy now. And it's just, after that, it's over. It's just over here. And so that's going to shake things up. But wait a minute. I think if Dum Dum wins this, he should probably get first place on tie breaks. I don't know. And actually, guys, the tie breaks that you're going to see on Lichess is not the tie breaks that are actually going to matter. No. Because this is a USCF, United States Chess Federation rated tournament. We're going to use the tie breaks that goes with United States Chess Federation. Those are the tie breaks that we will use. But what a clutch win for Dumb 2020 ARUs. But right now, the tie breaks, Lichess tie breaks say Super Chester is ahead of everyone. We're going to look at Race Car 4 and Het J. Patel. Het J. Patel has had a tough day today. Former champion, Het J. Patel. And you see Race Car has 4 pawns and Het J has 4 pawns. Race Car has a pawn extra. Both players have a knight and a bishop, so white is much better here. Het J. Patel has a lot of time on the clock, though, compared to Race Car's 5:39. Jeff Zane said, you have to try. He's not going to give you a free win. All right. Leon 1357 or Yimi Wang has, what's his USCF rate? I don't know. I don't know what the, actually, you know what? I do know. I do know the rating of your opponent, and I could tell you. Why not? And we're talking about the USCF rating here, right? We're talking about USCF rating. And that is Georgian. Georgian mate is 1005, I think. Yeah, so 1005. And that is a online quick rating, but it's provisional. 1005 rated player is Georgian mate. As Leon 1357 is going to swing the rook over to e1, attacking the pawn on e6 some more. That's how you do an isolated pawn here. This is gonna go down to the wire here. This is gonna go down to the wire. They're very evenly matched. Let's swing over to the other game here. The other game is Race Car 4 versus Het J. Patel. We see a rook that's on the 7th rank. That's not good for black, as black is thinking right now. Could play the move bishop to d6, just trading some pieces off. But I gotta think that after, now he plays rook f8. There's gonna come a queen to c3 or bishop to c5 move attacking the g7 pawn. That's coming soon. Or even doubling the rooks first with rook e1. This is gonna be a problem here. Yes, Leon, you guys are pretty evenly matched. Sorry, guys. Popcorn is so good here because this is the popcorn round at the World Junior Online. Make sure you guys sign up for the World Online Chess Championships where you get a championship belt. Where do you sign? Right below. Look at that. Michigan Junior Chess Arena. And after you sign up for that, get your hoodies with the brand new logo at our sponsor, wonderful clothing line at bcwarts.com. Clothing line created by art and fashion design student at University of Michigan. As we see, Het J. Patel is what happened here. We see Queen F3, King G8. This bishop here, he has to figure out a way to get this bishop back into the game somehow because this rook needs to come into the game. As we see, rook e1. Maybe bishop a7. That possible? Maybe. He has the time to pick a good move here. He plays bishop c7. But then there's the move queen takes c6. That blunders a pawn here. Big time. Queen takes c6 here, and that blunders. Let's go back to our other game, Leon 1357 versus Georgian mate. You said, you mean, Leon says, I feel like running 10 laps around my house. Leon, put the energy drinks down. No more candy for you, Leon. Of course, guys, Leon is an implodian. I know him very well. As now, Leon 1357 has an extra pass pawn. And that occurred because of the pressure on e6. Now, what black did is black moved the king away from the center. Remember, you want to go towards the center, not away. As Leon starts to bring the king closer to the center. Georgian mate has 3 minutes and 50 seconds to Leon 7:50. They have never played against each other before. Soon as Leon's king approached, Georgian mate plays rook to f7. He's gonna put the rook back on e7 probably. Now I will say this: it was possible for black to go rook c7 and give up the e6 pawn. The way it would go is rook c7, rook takes e6, rook takes e6, and rook takes e6, rook takes c5, attacking the a5 pawn as well. Then we will see rook takes a6, and then rook takes c2, and that should be a draw. And the reason why black wants to draw, because black has the worst of this. I love what Leon is doing here, getting his king involved. If Leon is able to reach the square e5, it's going to be a problem. Remember, guys, when the queens come off the board, that's when you should be thinking about where you should put your king, because your king is a fighting piece. It's just too dangerous to come out so early when the queens are on the board. But once those queens are traded off, you need to be thinking about it, because that is usually the beginning of the end game. Excuse me. I had to drink something. I'm talking way too much without drinking any water. Leon says he doesn't have candy or energy drinks. I don't know, man. That's my homeboy, Leon 1357. He says he has not eaten any candy today. Those of you kids who are watching the Super Bowl, tell me who you think is going to win today. Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus Kansas City Chiefs. Who wins this game tonight at 6:30, guys? Super Bowl. Let's check in on the other game. I don't know if that game is still going on. We have 2 games left here. Oh, nope, there's 1 game left. And look at white's position. Look at the white king here. You just can't beat that king. That king is such a good position. That way, any trades happen, white's king is going to be ready to enter the position, maybe take some pawns and queen another pawn. Now, I would rather the king be on the square, maybe e5, definitely on c4, maybe. As we see, rook to f8. Now Leon has to watch out for mating nets here. Right now, no mating net now, but he has to make sure that he's careful because right now the king cannot move anywhere but the square h5. That's it. And now we see rook b8. So his plan is to go rook to, what is this, b5? Yes. Rook b5, double attacking the pawns here. That was a great decision, I think, by Georgian mate. He's going to be able to take these pawns here. And look what Leon did. This is in-game insurance here, pawn on h6. Wow, so rook takes a5 has happened. And what white is going to probably look to do is activate the rook some way to attack the king here. Because if you think about a rook on the 7th rank, that would be a great strategy there. That's to figure out a way to do that. And Leon has a great king here, but he just can't get in right now. He just can't get in. And this then this c5 pawn is going to go away as well. So Leon is in a little trouble here. But he has the time to figure out what to do. This is the popcorn round. Now, if we go and look at the standings while Leon 1357 is thinking, Lichess tiebreak says Dumb 2020 is first place with a 10.5 over Super Chester 10. But remember, guys, Lichess is using Lichess ratings to decide who is the tiebreaks, actually. So even though these tiebreaks could be correct sometimes, a lot of times they're not correct. And so what we do after the tournament is over, I go into the system and then I let everyone know who is first, second, and third place. Now, as far as the grade trophies, I don't calculate that yet because it's going to take me some figuring to do that. But the first, second, and third, I can figure that out pretty easy. But right now, look at this. They're both three-way tie for first, second, and third. While Ahill is sitting there, he's at fourth place. right now. But that three-way tie, just do not know who's going to be there. Let's go back to the game. Leon versus Georgian Mate. Now, right now, Leon is down a pawn here. But he just has a better king. We said that before. Right now, black is okay here, but white is okay too. This is still a game that's going to be hard to judge. As we see the check here. Now, oh no, Leon decides to go king to e4. Now, one thing I didn't like about Leon, what Leon just did there, he moved fast. That tells me that he might not be concentrating much. Because he just moved fast. He moved fast again. Another fast move. He has 4 minutes to Georgian Mate's 1 minute and 6 seconds. And the way he's moving, I'm thinking he's going to blunder. It's just a matter of time. Yaffer Ali, what's up? Yaffer Ali, what are you saying, man? Yaffer Ali, except unless I'm a chicken. What do you mean, man? I'm streaming and commentating on the World Junior Online Tournament. You want to play me in chess. I understand. I understand you want to play me, but I can't play right now because I'm streaming. Man, I'm not a chicken, man. I'll play anybody, bro. But I am thinking, I'm guessing, that you're going to benefit from playing me more than the other way around. Ooh. I'm guessing that. Could be wrong, but I'm gonna guess that. All right, so we accept all challenges as Implodians and World Junior Online. We accept all challenges. We accept all challenges here. Just a little busy right now, but I can get to your butt whipping soon after. Yaffer. Yaffer, make sure you sign up for the World Online Chess Championship because there's going to be a lot of people that you can play there as well. And hey, you can win a championship belt in that tournament. And that way, if you got the belt, hey, you can talk all the trash you want because you are the champion. So make sure that yeah, we can play later, Yaffer, but make sure you check out that tournament, World Online Chess Championship at MichiganJuniorArena.com and go ahead and register for that tournament. I'll be there in the ring as we watch Leon 1357 versus Georgian Mate. Leon has 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Georgian Mate has 54 seconds. But, as I said before, Leon is moving fast. Right now, he's moving slower, but it looks like Georgian Mate is starting to outplay Leon here. And remember, it's 5-second increments. So even though Georgian Mate is down to 40 seconds, a couple solid moves will gain time there. Leon says, what if he's a top 20 player in the world? Well, I don't care, Leon. We are Implodians. We don't care. We play anyone. But if he's not a top 20 player, I'm going to put him on you. One of our top Implodians, Leon 1357, as he's playing here Georgian Mate. Leon, you should be concentrating on your game, actually. Should be concentrating on your game. Because it's not looking so great. And Georgian Mate is just technically outplaying Leon in this position as we see a check here. That was a quick move by Georgian mate, but he's fine with this move, king to d5. Leon made a fast move there. I don't really like that move he made there. Now Leon, what he should have done is drop the rook back instead of putting the rook on a square that doesn't have any flexibility. If he goes all the way back, the rook can swing anywhere it wants to. As he goes rook a3. Oh, and then look at Georgian mate. His plan is just to push the passed pawn on this side of the board. The pawn on a4 is stopped. And in here, black can just snap the g5 pawn off, and what stops us from snapping h6 too? Instead, he pushes the pawn to e3. Wow. And he does not take the pawn on g5. It's very interesting. This is not the best gameplay by either side here. Wow, we see king to d3 attacking the rook here. we look to see maybe rook to e4 so you can start pushing your passed pawn here. That's going to be Leon is going to have to meet that with the right move, or he's going to lose right away. He has to know what move to make here, or he will lose right away here. He moves the king there, and black just snaps the pawn on g5. This is just completely winning for a Georgian mate. As we see rook a1 here. But then now Georgian mate, yep, he just snaps off h6. So now he has 2 passed pawns extra. So black has 4 passed pawns here. White has went from being up a pawn to now down 3 pawns. Why? Because of quick moves. Quick moves. And now Georgian mate, who are lower, when you're lower on time, you're making the best moves, guys. Some guys say, oh, I got more time, so I'm good. No. When the person has lower time, they're actually making the best moves, especially if the time discrepancy is so much like we've seen in this game. And so now Georgian mate was down to 40 seconds, but look at the time is coming back. Because now Leon has to make up for the past mistakes. As we see now, Georgian mate pushes his pawn forward. That pawn has to be blockaded by the rook here. And now the rook can never move again. And look at that. Now, how do you stop that passed pawn? So you're going to have to move your king over. So what he does is he puts the rook here. But now, what do you do with your king? So he moves the rook over, but then now you can just queen here. And once that queen... Oh, he does not queen here. He pushes another passed pawn. And the king blocks that, but there's no getting out of this here. I will say he didn't make the best decision here. I will say that. There's a check here. Black didn't make the best decision that he could have. And you got to really watch it here. Look at rook a4 here. Threatening rook a5 check. He plays g5. Excellent move, stopping rook a5 check. Rook b5. You're going to see moves like king a4 here. Oh, instead he plays the move h2 is better because you're going to queen. Next move, can't stop it. Rook b8 is captured by the a pawn. And then there's the queen, and this game is just completely over. Leon is hoping to get some type of stalemate at this point. Another queen appears on the board. He's just looking for some type of stalemate, but it doesn't really exist here. And that's it. And so Leon goes down to Georgian mate there, and we are done with this tournament here. All right, we are done here, and right now we don't know who is the winner of this tournament just yet. I have to do some calculations. It says Super Chester is number one. Lichess says that. We don't know that yet. She wants to defend her championship. I'm going to have to do some figuring out. But let me just do the shout out. We got Super Chester, Dumb 2020 ARUs, Tall Foamy Angel, all on the first place, first, second, or third, or second, first, or whatever is going to be confusing. A Hill 2020-21, Determined Octopus, DG 9852, good tournament. DG Georgian Mate on the first page, Race Car 4, 10th Teeth, and Leon 1357. We will be right back after we figure this out. right, guys. I did the figuring, calculated, and guess what? Lichess has it correct this time. And what a comeback for Shashriya Mishra. She wins in the median tiebreaks, which was 13 to 12.5. Her Sokolov was lower, but she is now off tiebreaks. She is the defending champion again. She's won 3 straight WJO titles. She is winning. She wins the championship by tiebreaks. Second place is Dumb 2020 AR Hughes, and Tall Foamy Angel is third place here. The grade prizes will be coming out soon. All those emails will be going to all the kids soon for what prize they got for K8, K3, K5, and all those different grade levels. And actually, we're done. Shout out to our sponsor, wonderful clothing line, BCW Arts, is where you can find that clothing. Register and sign up for lessons and sign up for future tournaments for the whole month of February and even further if you want to do that at MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. I am Coach Brian. Thanks for watching us here live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. To the next tournament next week, same time, same bat channel. Implodian out.